treated.
But that's fine.
That's
We'll
what,
use that.
that's what
Okay.
we put these here for. So
Yeah,
we'll
thank
put one there behind it for
Thank
making
you.
cuppers.
Cool.
Tasty.
Yeah, no drama. Thank you.
And,
All good. That's good. I drank more water before.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the people who live on it, it's nothing short.
Yeah, totally. Usually, it didn't even smell. Usually, sometimes you have like a little smell.
Yeah, no, this place.
Yeah.
So amenities is the greenish one here. Right, so the light on there will leave on all
That
night.
one there, yep.
Yep. The outside light will leave on all night. The inside
Cool.
one is turn off. It's a unisex block. Two showers, two toilets in there.
Perfect.
These lights will probably leave on all night tonight with
Yeah.
two people around the place.
Yeah.
But yeah, turn the inside ones off in there, otherwise
Yeah.
it'll fill up with bugs.
Yeah, totally.
Alright?
Okay.
But yeah, this is for everyone to use, so
No worries.
make
That's
yourself at home. Barbie there to cook on.
Yeah, cool.
Burner under here, I can see you found that one.
Yeah, we don't have any cookers or anything, so we've got food and everything. Just
Straight on the plate.
we're slumming it
Straight on the hot plate.
on the hot plate.
Good.
We've got some eggs for dinner. There, you reckon?
Yep.
Mate, easy. Do you have a washing machine?
No.
Oh, it's okay.
Not problem, yes, no, sorry, we don't.
That's no
There
drama.
is a wash drop in there if you've
Yeah.
got a couple of things you want to do by hand, knock
Yeah.
yourself out.
No worries.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
on our to-do list,
Oh yeah, no.
but
no
yeah,
problem.
we haven't got there yet.
No, easy.
So yeah, feel free to use that.
Thank
Just
you.
turn the gas on and off again afterwards.
Yep.
If you want to use
Ah,
the
yep.
burner, you just push that one in and turn it, same again, turn him on.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright,
How much is it?
15 per person,
Perfect.
pretty easy.
Yeah, that's awesome. And
Yeah, I'll go and get the cook in a minute and come
Yeah.
back and catch checkers out.
yeah, cool. Thank you.
Alrighty,
Thank you, sir.
I didn't even hear you come in.
Thank you.
Where have you come from?
Well, I'm from Sydney, but we've just been staying in the bush up
In the
well,
bush.
in the bush. Yeah. Well, first we went to Bendigo, picked up Lee, and then from there we went to like north of Murray.
Yep.
That's where we stayed for a few nights. Like,
Yep.
and now we're heading south to
In this
Adelaide.
little buggy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna rattle around a bit.
Yeah.
You want your tea?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, heading to
You want
Adelaide.
this?
No, I'll take, I'm
Tomorrow.
gonna put milk
We
in
have a
there.
flight on Saturday to Perth. We're doing a bit of everything.
Out and about there. For sure. For sure.
We've got a digital nomad here from America. Yeah, have you heard that from him?
What's that, eh?
No, I haven't. No, I can't say I've heard that too.
Yeah, yeah. Meditation master, Buddhist meditation, and live stream YouTube.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good to me.
Alright. Yeah, so yeah, just get yourself set up over there and that way this stays open for everyone to use as well.
No worries. You just pulled up and, and driving and, when you just want a cup of tea?
Certainly do.
I just need a cup of tea.
I'm more the way, you know when you just pull up and you want a beer?
I don't drink the Alps very.
So, that, like I said, these lights will leave on tonight.
Yeah, cool. We'll pull our car up over there. And
Yeah, keep your
unload.
tent set up and that
Yeah.
while the sun's still up so you can
Yeah.
see what you're doing.
Yeah,
It's a bit easier on tents over there, it's a bit
Yeah.
softer and
Yeah,
you're less
I know.
stones.
yeah. Thank you.
Good on you guys.
Appreciate it.
Catch up with you shortly.
Thank you, mate. It's good to be quiet. Not to say anything, not to say too much. Just be quiet inside yourself. So be quiet externally. Try not to get too worked up. Stay close with your breathing. Always stay close with your meditation method, whatever it is. It's good, it's very useful. I haven't had too much success to stay close with just one meditation method. But if we have the meditation method of our breathing or chanting a certain mantra, we always keep that practice close with us. That's always paramount. It's more important than the appearances or the situation. We always come back to that meditation method, resonating with the breathing, listening to the absence of sounds, the absence of words. Silence is oftentimes, most of the time, much more important than what we think, and the words and the phrases and the stories. And silence is very powerful. And listening is very powerful. Not to be in a hurry, but slow down, settle down. There's a lot of flies around here. I don't know if you've all
I like the color, yeah.
what we realize in this, that everything is us. Everything is ourselves. The people, the places, the situations, the nature, the environment. And so in that realization, you're getting more responsibility, not less responsibility. And if you don't take responsibility for that, you'd be very confused. You have to take responsibility for both being no one and also take responsibility for who you are. The emotions that are out of control, the anger, the fear, the complicated thinking, the story. Everyone has to take responsibility for themselves in this way. So you can ask yourself, how willing am I willing to let go within myself? That's not passivity, that's not whatever, that's not just hanging out. That's being willing to do what you don't want to do, and being unwilling to do what you want to do. Oh, that's great, Noah. You can probably order it online. Good, good. Very good. Try to be a servant. Try to be a slave. Overwhelm others with your willingness to sacrifice yourself. But even that, it can be confusing, because then maybe you think that's about the others, or the others think that that's about you. No, it's a willingness to die, it's a willingness to lose, it's a willingness to do what you wouldn't do, and a willingness to not do what you would do. Who is the problem? The whoing, the selfing. I was listening to Ajahn Isabo from the Clear Mountain Monastery today, and he was saying, not everybody's enlightened. They're just not. So when we do this kind of integral work, especially working in community, we have to be willing to sacrifice ourselves over and over again, unless we see clearly that we are not someone, that we don't have a life, that there is nowhere to go and nothing to do. But that doesn't have any connection to emotional dysregulation, or someone else, or something going on or something not going on, etc. So in the world of selves, the selfless flag is outlawed. It's a criminal act to have nowhere to go and nothing to do. Well, not all of us are sucking the dick of Charles Manson's is free. So you take Charles Manson's dick somewhere else. Barrels of hay on a truck and a bird on the top of the tree. You know, that's true too. Pensive soliloquy, you have to describe that, Kiryu. Well, people just say nonsense because they're addicted to commenting, addicted to saying this about that and that about this. Yeah. Drop expectation. And then if you do have an expectation, but you're saying, I have no expectation, that's dangerous. So you have to know how to check in, how to go back to the meditation method. Am I angry? Where's anger there? Is complicated thinking? Is stinginess there? Greediness there? And of course, is the self-view there, which it certainly is if we're not enlightened, if we haven't tasted the fruit of Nibbana to some degree, then we have this self-view, and that self-view is wrong view. So taking accountability for being wrong, not trying to explain it away or think through it, just taking accountability for having the wrong view. The view of self, the view of someone. And then the willingness to drop that view and to give and to serve and to be a slave, to be a servant, to be a devotee. To be a monk or a nun. no need to be bound up in the story of ourselves and the story of our identity. There's no need to be bound up in story, period, but in not being chained, not being bounded by story. You may have to experience that which you don't want to experience. The fullness of the body, the fullness of the moment by moment experience, mental and physical. Harsh truths, or just things that happen, getting popped in the mouth, popped in the mind, having the balloon of our expectations, of our ideas, of our authority vanish.
This thing's on the roof. Is that gonna be okay?
It's a small trip. You have the fire? There's a woman, Katerina, from Switzerland, and she's in India right now. She's planning to become a nun with my teacher, Sayadaw Tamantara. She made a post on Facebook about one of his teachings, and maybe I've said this before, but don't be nice. Don't try to be nice. And that can be quite tough to work with, tough to practice with. I mean, this practice is really about being fully ready to die and then dying. So it takes a certain degree of honesty. And it takes a hefty scoop of humbleness. And you get humbled in this way. You get humbled by having everything fall apart, by what you built disappearing in front of your eyes. And this happens again and again and again and again. We're always looking for somebody to blame for our suffering, or something to blame. Weather's not right, the temperature's not right, I haven't had enough food. And that's all just bullshit. No one else in the whole wide world, in the whole universe, even God himself, can't take responsibility for your suffering. And we resist meditation and focus on so many distractions because we want to feel like there's a way out. But there's not a way out. No suffering, no path, no attainment, no nibbana. Heart Sutra. And our wants, our desires, our secret desires. That's why we have to surrender and serve. All of us, each and every one of us, in our own ways. Yeah, well, that's working. That's what I'm talking about when I say desire. Of course, there's good desire and bad desire, but the tanha, craving, you can also say it's a kind of contraction, right? There has to be a self to crave, has to be someone to want something. That craving, that contracting around someone, something, somewhere, some situation, some experience. We don't have a right to understand. It's not even about earning. I've earned the right to understand. You've earned the right to have a foot up your ass. So, once again, it's, this is something I really seem to say a lot, but it's all about this willingness to not understand, to be perplexed, to be in wonder, to be in awe. That's where grace is. That's where forgiveness is. And we have to ask to be forgiven, actually. We should practice to ask for forgiveness. That's something we'll do more in the future. We have some forgiveness statement teachings from Rambodhidam. This uncomfortableness this really strong sense of uncomfortableness. Yes, repentance, 100%. Repentance practice, very powerful, very good practice to do. Just because we're going through a situation, it doesn't mean that we believe we're going through a situation. Just because these appearances are coming about in the dreaming state doesn't mean that we believe in these stories of dream. So duality can appear, but we need not believe in duality. Well, we use a Thai word working called ahosi, ahosi, ahosi. Could be Thai, could be Pali. But forgiveness is actually very essential in the original Buddhist texts. And in fact, it's so essential that it's kind of a foundational part of the monastic paradigm, asking for forgiveness. Confession and forgiveness with the Sangha, with your senior monastics, with your teachers. And that's one of the really good practices that we can do. We can go to our teacher and we can say, you know, dear teacher, if there's anything that I've done that's upset you or made you uncomfortable or in any way offended you, you know, I hope that you can forgive me. And if you have any advice and what I can do better, please, you know, please instruct me, please offer to me. And that's a very important practice, very good practice to do. No, don't stick with any kind of platitudes. Don't stick with anything like that. And what is the breeze saying? What is the bird saying? Is the bird saying all is one? We were talking today in the car about the danger of music, the danger of a lot of music, and the danger of, you know, these kind of songs that are, I'm a woman and I'm reconnecting with my grandmother and I'm connecting with the earth and I'm living free and I'm living good. So it may have more or less of a Buddhist context, maybe, rarely. You know, that usually wouldn't be the case because it's very difficult to get deeper training in Buddhism. But what that message is really kind of saying is, I'm aligning myself towards positivity. And what that's saying is that I'm aligning myself towards pleasure. And non-conditional experiencing is not dependent or based on your capacity to control how much pleasure, how much pain you experience. So it can be very confusing when you indulge and you listen to a lot of those kinds of things. And what we need to consider is that what we tend to be aligned with, that's what we should know how to not do. What we tend to not be aligned with, that's what we should try to do. So at the moment when you want to sing or you want to meditate very strongly, don't. And the times when you don't want to sing or you don't want to meditate or you don't want to participate, do. This is a kind of balancing development. Depends on how deep the meditation was. We have to learn how to serve more, how to give more, how to listen more closely, more intimately. That's not about some end goal or some objective. Simon, this is Australia, the Australian Outback. The main principle is that what people are doing in their home is their business or the business of the invested stakeholders. When it comes to Buddhism, we should focus on the Dharma unless we are invested stakeholders in one particular case or situation, and then we can talk about that very specifically. Specificism and a kind of practical connection. Yeah, flies are okay. There's nothing wrong with these flies, as long as you get a good fly net. I guess some people might rough it, but not me. I was thinking, this fly net's one of the best investments I've had in a long time. And you know, it's really a matter of you go up, you go down, you go all around. You know, you go through a lot of processes and a lot of experiences, you know what I mean? And then it's like, what are you concerned with during that time and that procedure? You know, are you concerned with enlightenment? Are you concerned with the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha? Just making up some fly repellent here. Or are you concerned with, thinking about fucking your ego and what you like to think about? Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit autistic, so I should be sensitive to touch. This fly repellent should help out. And you want to try to make as little trouble as you possibly can. While these cycles are going on, these cycles are going up and down, and stay concerned. Check in with what you're concerned with. So there's all these texts and all these teachings that are really right to the point. But the bird sound, the sound of the bird, the sound of the bush, that's also right to the point. So allow yourself to get pinned, to get pointed, to get stabbed with suffering. It's the same with those yoga things, Poppy. It's good. I mean, I need some fucking yoga. I need some good-looking, cowboy, white fella, Asian fella, black fella, whatever kind of fella, to stretch me out and put me through my paces and really give me a rough time. That too. But you have to check in, what do these people, what is their real lived experience with meditation and the elders? What elders have they practiced with? That's better I say for a man, you want a male yoga teacher. For a woman, you want a woman yoga teacher, generally. And anyways, like I'm always saying, we have to detach from our own understanding. We have to abandon our own way of thinking about it, our own way of understanding, and see how broken we are inside. See how unable we are to make our lives and our mind, and to some extent, but not really, the body, the way that we want it to be. So that understanding that you currently have is what has led you into this this either life that you're causing yourself more suffering, or this kind of irreverent life where you're not taking responsibility for the suffering of others and becoming like this ignorant kind of bloated monster of ego, of consumption. And then we say, okay, we don't even just say it, we make ourselves ready to receive teachings from the masters, from the elders, from the matriarchs, from the patriarchs of various lineages, whatever you happen to have access to. Of course, just friends on the path as well. anything that's we're going in our healing journey, we just have to question, how concerned with that, how concerned is that with the wisdom that we're concerned with to the best of our access for the long term. But getting healthy and, following the 5 precepts, the 8 precepts. Usually if you go to a yoga retreat, you're going to be following the 8 precepts. You bring the 8 precepts there with you. And we can say, well, it's all one, and, I just want to be positive, and I want to live a good life, and that's fine and all, but this is a kind of mortal affair. You see what I'm saying? This is a life and death affair. This is an affair with life and death. And so we have to look to the great martial artists. Who are those people who have faced down death and came out victorious? I'm not one of those people. Maybe to some smaller degree, but no, and that those people are out there. We take refuge in their teachings to the best of our abilities, to the best of our capacities. We don't take refuge in our own understanding, in our own way of thinking about things, in our own opinions. That's why I'm saying, become a slave, become a servant, become a surrenderer, become a renunciate. Pick your poison. User 45, we're outside of Adelaide. We're a couple 100 kilometers outside of Adelaide, nearby Marie in the bush. We've been in the bush for a couple days, having a natural meditation retreat. Not ideally led by me, or this body and mind, led by this body and mind, which has a lot of problems. Yeah, the flies. So it's nice to kind of form these relationships and these connections, but what goes in being in relationship with another is their shit, their piss, their pus, their mucus. When we talk about women, the Buddha didn't want to ordain women. The woman came up to the Buddha and they said, hey, we want to be monks too. The Buddha said, fuck no. I'm not dealing with that. That's not a good idea. I think the Buddha said, you guys are barely getting by as it is, and now you want to become sadhus or renunciates in my tradition. I'm not doing that. Not dealing with all that. A bunch of women wandering around in the bush and in the Indian heartland and in the forest. It's not for women, right? And of course, that duality of sex can be quite wrong, but so they had to ask him 3 times, and even the Buddha's consultant, who wasn't enlightened, the Buddha had a very close consultant, Ananda, who was not enlightened, but he was like a bookkeeper and a memorizer. And we can all have a lot of gratitude now for Ananda, because he, his mind was so primed to keep all these notes and all these records and then pass them down. And eventually the Buddha said, all right, I'll do it. Okay. But the Buddha didn't want that to happen. The Buddha didn't want to create equality between men and women or something like that. The Buddha just said, you pushed enough, you questioned enough, you asked enough, it meant enough for you. There was enough need in you to make that happen. And we have to take responsibility for that through detachment, not just through our thinking. And we have to deal with the consequences of not doing that work. Because we said, oh, whatever, I'm not attached to this being a certain way, or I'm not attached to eating, whatever, we're just going to fast. And then you get the hangries. You know, you get the hungry anger, the hungry discomfort. So we kind of have to go through that process to get this insight of our personal responsibility rather than our whateverism, our callousness. And globally, you know, maybe the world gets to a point where there is no clean water, there are no streams. And then realizing that willingness to not do what you could do actually puts you in this position of vulnerability where you actually get to learn something about yourself. Like it's a blessing to willfully not, this is a tough one to say, but it's a blessing to willfully not help and experience the consequences of that. Willfully. With detachment from past and future and self and other and all that. But then you have to look around at your compatriots. You know, how are they doing? Because they are also you. They're also a part of you. And when we actually do these things willingly, willfully, when we don't do what we could do and we do what we feel like we couldn't do. Good day, mate. How's it hanging?
Good.
All right. Beautiful day?
It is.
There. Yeah.
We enjoy it.
Yeah, beauty. We're sensitive, we're vulnerable. And that's never going to stop. Even the Buddha, with all his compassion and all his wisdom, you know, died from some bad food. That's right. So that's why, Poppy, that's so valuable. Because we don't just identify with being selfish, conceited, you know, people. We also identify with being helpers. We identify with the good things that we do. So that's why there's this fundamental difference between doing good deeds, concerned with surrender or sacrifice or detachment, or enlightenment or wisdom or the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, rather than just doing good deeds generally. Because we're still forming an identity out of that. And it might be well enough for the earth, even though clearly that doesn't work, but it might seem that way in bits and pieces. But we're not freeing ourselves from this identity view in that way. So to be a servant of sacrificing yourself over and over and over and over again. There's a great wisdom in that. Just like people who have, so my teacher, you know, when he's going around, there's kind of a horde of nuns, and they're serving him as a king, as you'd imagine, like a medieval king or something like that, being served by the servants. And so for some of those women, the attachment, and sometimes men as well, but it's mostly nuns, mostly his devotees are mostly women. Their attachment is for doing those things. And so the lesson may be to stop. Don't do what you could do. But that's not most of our situation, you know. But if you don't put yourself out there in this way of surrender and self-sacrifice, then your identity is muckying the waters of clarity about what's happening, about what's actually happening to the best of the abilities of your ego, your mind to discern. Because that identity view is very, it's like a story. It's a story of me and mine, I, and over here and over there, and what's next and what's before. But there's no story in the tree. There's no story in the sky. There's no story in the mountain. There's no story in the heart, in fact. Not trying even not trying, not trying even to not try. Detaching even from the detachment itself. Detach from attach and detach both. So rather than equality of people and things and situations, it's more like an evenness. Like an unmoving evenness. But what's your relationship with that? It's not thought-based. It can't be thought-based. Thoughts are just things of clinging, things of identifying with. So this is a kind of thoughtless evenness. What's your relationship with that?
again. And you put it back in your bag. And you have 4 pins.
All good. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of your cash to me. I was listening to Sadhguru today, and that's a good character to listen to. You know, he's kind of like my teacher in a lot of ways, because you know, my teacher is like, yeah, I mean, imagine if you went to a meditation retreat, and you know, there's some monk teacher or something, and then out of the blue during the meditation retreat, he's telling you to become a nun. That's crazy, right? You don't go to a meditation retreat so somebody will tell you to abandon your life. But my teacher will, and he does that because he has this infrastructure, and that becoming a nun is all about sacrificing your life, and that's kind of one of your best chances to get some of the enlightenment, to get some of the juice, right? And so Sadhguru is similar to that, because Sadhguru also has quite a large infrastructure for people to come and be volunteers or yogis, or I don't know how they work with monks and nuns over there, but so he'll talk a lot about that. But it's not even just what they say, or what they say is available, but that presence, that energy, that heart, mind, spirit to connect with and to receive, and to kind of inform your own experience, your own journey. And living in community, that'll test you. That'll test you. That'll challenge you. Even my teacher, you'd think there's all these people who are treating him like a king and serving him, etc. But you're opening yourself up to all kinds of different karmas or phenomena or energies, and you're letting people get very close to you. And people are getting very close to each other as well, because everyone's kind of doing something together, going in a flow, going in a way together. And, I think building community, deep-seated, deep-hearted, deep-minded community is, one of the most important things we can get more experience with in our lives. Because maybe, if you want to have a family even, you want to have a family and you want to have children or something, well, how much experience have you had being in community with other elders, with groups of men, with groups of women? How important is that? How essential is that in being able to rear a child? And, to create relationships that aren't superficial and aren't surface level, such as, oh, we all like the same brand of chocolate, or, oh, we're going to drink tea, we're going to smoke a ciggy, we're smoko, Because then the conversations and the energies also kind of have a superficial quality to them. And the children and the people of the world and the earth itself, it needs our depth and our fullness. So we gotta make ourselves full, and if you want to be full, you gotta eat. You gotta eat the real stuff. You gotta eat the deep stuff, as much and as often as you can. You gotta eat and drink the shit and piss of life. And if that piss tastes like Mountain Dew, watch out for diabetes, because it can really get a hold of you. The sickness can really get a hold of you. Oh yeah, of course. Send a message on WhatsApp, Tiger, and we'll talk about it, and we'll do a little bit of consulting, free consulting, Tiger, for all of your offerings and your donations up to now, all of your presence and self-sacrifice up to now in this community. As far as I know, as far as I've seen, from what you've shared. So just send a message on WhatsApp, and we'll do some consulting, and I'll try to give you some support, what might make sense, what might be accessible. But we can always do a little bit more in our own lives as well, because maybe someone is I've had people in the past, they have medical needs, or they have financial needs or social needs, etc., that preclude them from going and being in community or whatever. But you can both do a lot more from where you are, You know, like move from 5 precepts to 8 precepts. I mean, that's pretty fucking full on to do that on your own. Um, but I can give guidance on how to do that. But the other thing is we're just always making excuses. We're always making excuses why we can't meditate, why we can't listen to a Dharma talk, why we can't go and join a meditation retreat. Raise your hand. You know, I'm raising my hand. And, you know, we can reduce that, the excuses that we make, you know. I should send a representative. Any representatives here in Australia want to take my spot in a meditation retreat? You can send me the blessings and the wisdom from your experience. And just write it down, you know, when it's that face-to-face statement, because I talk a lot of nonsense. Just write it down, take a note, okay, you know, the designated representative of the Monk Life Meditation community, known as Rob, Dr. Rob, Dr. Rob MLM, MLMC, has said, you know, give me a call and we'll do some consulting. So you just write that down, and then when you're comfortable, when you have a time, just reach out and let me know what's going on. Good day. The trip is going very good. Trip is going very successfully well. And I'm learning a lot, getting a lot of experience, leading the trip and leading the happening, the situation. So feel good about it. You know, you always want to be more enlightened in a certain sense. You always want more, but then just coming back to not seeking for more. And then making sure that not seeking for more is not a too big of an excuse for you to make use of an opportunity to deepen your math and deepen your practice. And it's all personal responsibility, because there's no certifications that you can get for wisdom or compassion. You have to kind of self-certify in terms of wisdom and compassion, in terms of your experience. And yes, then you can, you know, connect with other meditation masters or people with a lot of experience, and you can check in. You can check in and communicate with them and see what they have to say. But makes a lot more sense to just make use of what they're already offering. Constant experimenting. I'm trying to think a little bit from the position or perspective of someone who has like a house and a life and a job and lives that way. And for me, the spiritual path was to surrender and sacrifice all that. So in my ego, I would like to say, well, you know, I've gotten over the top of the hill and now it's kind of free falling or free sailing. You just got to be natural, but that's a big trap. And who can say what's true? Who can say what's underground? Who can say what's underneath our feet? Who can say what's going to happen a few minutes from now? So all of that thinking can be transmutated into not thinking. And then, you know, fucking g'day, mate, to the not thinking. So maybe it's not as much a matter of depth as it is consistency of concern with not thinking. Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Sounds all right. Yeah. Detaching from the outcome. The difficulty with the lay life or not having experience with renunciate life in a meditation retreat or in a, being a monk for a short period or longer period is that the detaching from outcome is happening within this context of a real story that you're in. And the real detaching from outcome is like the real body or the real mind that's not someone, not somewhere, not something, not some situation is happening. It's taking place without thought. So like your whole life is taking place without thought. But to realize that, it's going to be difficult to realize that when you're in this context of these obligations and these bills and these stories and these situations that are really going on that you're really responsible for. So to be a monk or a nun or to be a serious meditator is to be responsible for nothing but your internal experience. That's why it's so conducive to getting some breakthrough, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Or, as Master Sung San would say, just don't know. Don't know, just go straight. And we figure it out as we're going straight. From this perspective, life itself is a scam. Everything is a scam. Everything that gives hope is just giving false hope. Concerned with the self, concerned with someone.
Well, we're not actually from Queensland. So, I bought the truck there and I got it licensed, but we just started. So, we just got it registered there. And,
No, I'm from Queensland, that's all.
where you from?
Brisbane.
That's what we started.
Yeah. Well, I've ordered a caravan, 16-foot fridge, Yep. And I just got a message the other day, it should be ready by the end of February, so we can't live on the road for a while.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, tell me about it. Well,
mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Clouds come, clouds go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. The mind is a clear blue sky. Thoughts come, thoughts go, but the mind is a clear blue sky. You know, time can be very confusing and stressful. Being on a schedule, trying to figure things out, trying to understand things in a certain way. So I say, fuck time, fuck a schedule, fuck a life. Or as we say here out in the Outback, let's fuck a puppy. Or let's have a cuppa. And you get into meditation, you start getting into spirituality. You join a trip like this, you got to be ready to have some breakdowns. Got to be ready to break all the way down until there's nothing left but breaking down. For hours and hours and hours and days till you wake up in complete terror. Pure terror. All right. Much appreciated. You seen Lee?
No. She might be in the bathroom or gone for a walk.
You might have to go out to the bush and find her again. As little baby says, it's bigger than black and white. It's a problem with the whole way of life. We might as well start somewhere. We might as well start here. You know, just something I've thought about, but one of the interesting things, because, you know, the whole idea of modern yoga is that it's so great and it's so good for you. And you know, you're exercising and stuff, but it's really about the stretch. So your degree of success or skill in yoga is about if you can hit that stretch, not if you're super strong and stuff, right? You have to have muscles to do it, but it's if you got the stretch. And stretching is something that can be done without you like you could have a yoga treatment school, right? Where you got a yoga treatment where you were stretched out. Right, right, Aditya?
What was that?
So let's say we had a group of people that were yoga masters and they wanted to yogify me. I could just lay there and they could stretch me, right?
Yeah.
So that's maybe a business idea.
It's like jiu-jitsu. It's like fighting yoga in a way. But you're being forced into like positions.
Right. Okay, so their power is what's going to be forcing you, but you're still going to feel it.
Yeah, you feel
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
I mean, you could try to go the opiate route, but by the time you were really stretched out, you're going to have a real opiate dependency. Then you're going to have to go through that, but you'll be super stretchy. That's a business idea right there. That's my Bali ticket. That's my Bali business idea. Automatic stretching with optional opiates. Yeah, it's dangerous, right? So dangerous. And to be out on the other side, wow. Let's get some big W's on the chat for being out on the other side of our self-conflicted addiction, paranoia, fear, trauma response, coping mechanisms, etc. And if we're not there yet, let's get some W's for having a community that's working with that. The guilt, the shame, the impulsiveness, the fear, the weakness, the complicated thinking. That's grace, you know. Just gonna get some fly repellent going here. All of it. Oh, my love, my darling, I hunger for your mind of peaceful abiding. Time goes by so slowly, but time can move so fast. A long meditative moment. You know, and we kind of automatically or intuitively come back to thinking about ourselves, but do we actually have to do that? Do we actually have to return to thinking about ourselves? That's right, Poppy. So then it's not just kind of a self-relaxing mechanism, but then how much we can use that to benefit others. That wisdom and that insight of going through that kind of experience. So I think for me, a part of my journey is being a teacher, because it's so, it's so online, and the live streaming and reaching people. I hope to get to a point where I'm really no longer, I just don't care at all about who's watching or how many people are watching or whatever. So I'll do my best to get there. But I'm not going to the meditation retreat that I signed up for. Do as I say, not as I do. Right, Lee?
That's right. I'm doing my best.
Yeah. People say that's hypocritical. I don't believe in that Hippocrates guy. Who said he's right? I got my own problems I got to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you went for
Not a repeat of last night. No, it's okay. Thank you, Rose.
But there is some importance. There is some kind of more energy that we gather and that we get by having more people on board. But usually it's the people who have more needs and are more vulnerable that will get on board, especially when it comes to something like this. I know that's who I was when I became a monk. I was just overflowing with need. Overflowing with need of community, overflowing with need of connection and teachings and culture and protection and refuge. In a certain sense, when there's nobody left but you, how much of a joy that is, how much of a blessing that is. We get this idea we want to be famous, or we want to have a lot of people around us, or we want to be the boss, we want to be the manager, we want to be the leader, the controller. But how broken that is. How hopeless that is. How burdensome it is. But I dare to take on the burden. And when you're doing things for so many people, it can really become very superficial in a way. Because you have to speak in a way that so many people can understand, rather than just finding the language of the community. So that's something that I really have to work with. that want for more. That want for more will poison your whole life if you let it. So detachment is very subtle. It's a very subtle word. So the practice then is kind of with this concern, what is mindfulness and detachment? What is detachment? So detachment is more renouncing or letting go than it is rejecting anything. It's like if you have one kid, you need to have more kids. Isn't that already enough responsibility? For most people, yeah. And then we were talking earlier, someone was commenting, there are wholesome desires and there are unwholesome desires. There's community that's concerned with enlightenment. There's community that's concerned with drinking beers and yapping. So before we really start talking about detachment and what detachment is, what enlightenment is, what wisdom and compassion is, we have to take refuge in the community that's already been concerned with that for hundreds of years. Of course, we don't have to. We can also just be like a tree or be like a rock. It's like building a bridge. You can't go there unless there's a bridge to go there. You can maybe see it or empathize with it or pick up the notion, but unless you build a bridge, unless you build waypoints that are connected, you can't get there. You can't access it. So as much as it's this ideal of being enlightened or being detached or being free, it's also the non-idealism of being human. So you take responsibility for the idealism of being free. You also take responsibility for the non-idealism of being a slave, of being in samsara, of being in suffering, of being a human being. I was thinking about this earlier, but as a monk, you maybe have a little bit more leeway to not like be a human. But if we haven't renounced all these directions and obligations, we're not just living in the forest, then the path is so much taking responsibility for our lives that we're already living. And not rejecting that and making sure that we don't try to become a monk or a nun or meditate ourselves to death as a way of rejecting what is. Well, it's a transcendental willingness. And this is really when it gets into the weird stuff. Deep states of meditation where there's not a body or there's no thoughts. Experiences where your whole reality disappears. Nirodha Samapatti. I don't know what I'm talking about really, but because I can't really know, because I is just it's a thought. It's like a thought knowing something. How can a thought know something? How can a thought do something? It cannot. Yeah, that's a good way to say it, John. Yeah, detachment without mindfulness or without this. At first it's just being aware, but then it's kind of this transcendental awareness that's informed by like impermanence. The impermanence of experiences, the impermanence of situations, the impermanence of thoughts, that then informs this transcendental mindfulness that has detachment within it.
Are you going to use this pen after?
Yeah.
Do you want me to clean it for you?
Great. All sorted, like
Yeah, I was a bit covered in my grill.
after the brains trust with the rooftop, so. did the trick. Geez, that was a nice feed at the park.
The beans are really good.
Thank you. Thank you for, your support, your dedication, your inspiration.
Never ever had dessert, and I had some of that.
This helps me be meditative and be concerned with the Dharma and the truth as much as it helps you. So there's an equalness in that for sure.
That salt bush was great. I had it on the Halim.
There's,
In the principle of using each other to be concerned with mindfulness and detachment, not equalness of our experience with that, as much as we would like it to be that way, or our capacities or our skillfulness or whatever. And then we take more responsibility. The more responsibility you take, the more freedom from yourself is on offer. But you can't kind of create that responsibility. It's something that you give to yourself. It alleviates you from yourself. You say, I'm responsible for this and that. You're just talking nonsense. Yeah, grounding, coming back to humanness and patience, and then what you're concerned with, you know. If you're concerned with your friends at the pub, then, you know, what do they know about grounding after intense experiences? You're concerned with the Dharma teachers, well, they've been through that. They know all about that.
Surprised how much stuff is left in the bathroom. Okay, yeah, no, definitely not mine. Post the package of this, drill back to the lady the other day. Oh, you're kidding me? It must be sitting near the fire. Oh, wow. How much is package stuff? Blue cheese, doesn't matter, what the hell, $10. Have a good night, Kev. Look at that, all fed, fat and happy.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
And this kind of community, or this way of being in community, it's a little bit more slow going, because we're not aligning over our love for this football team or that soccer team, or our love for getting drunk, or our love for smoking cigarettes or smoking weed. You know, we may be aligning from our mutual love of some kind of meditation master. But the nature of that meditation master is beyond ourselves. So it's a matter of karmic affinity, developing, cultivating, and then, you know, being open to be helped mostly. And then maybe one day someone comes along and says, you know, here's $1 million. What are you going to do with it? Not that that's the point, but it can be that way with your realization, with your wisdom, with your compassion. You most likely won't just want to sit there hanging out. You want to do something with it. Seeing the suffering of the world and having this sense of inner capacity to help. Well, become rich and, you know, help others. Become healthy and wealthy and help others.
soap as well, did I?
Yeah, I'm not. Soap's not that valuable, but
Oh, it's
You have to say a little bit more, Poppy.
It's, yeah, it's my, it's my. Thank you. We're actually put these down.
In a general sense, we should use money to do more and more good deeds, to make offerings, to help others,
we allowed you to lift the bottle.
of course, to take care of our basic needs. But I'm always telling people as well, you know, get a few bucks in your account and have a passport and, you know, you're ready to become a monk or a nun, or to visit a monastery, or be a volunteer. Should we hoard money for ourselves, exorbitant amounts of money for ourselves, for our supposed retirement or future taking care? Practically, to some extent, but we should keep looking at that tendency to hoard and to keep and to hold and all of this mine. The mine is what causes all the suffering. And it's kind of an attempt to commodify cause and effect, or commodify control, or commodify ownership, like to materialize it. But you can be a billionaire or a millionaire or have hundreds of thousands of dollars, and if you get really sick, nobody can do nothing for you. So, thinking about using our money and our resources to help others, to build meditation centers, to develop ourselves and our path to enlightenment, to help others develop on their path to enlightenment. It's a good idea. But the biggest resource, and this is the problem for a lot of social work that we might want to do, whether the money is there or not, it's the human resources that are there. Especially to do something in the way that we would like it to be done. So you could have $1 million to make a meditation center or to make an orphanage in Myanmar or a single mother's home in Myanmar, but who's going to take care of that? You know, especially to the high standards that you would want it to be taken care of, you know, with this wealth that you consider to be yours. So developing ourselves up as human beings is one of the greatest conditions that we can set up for helping others. And forming community in the midst of that is also one of the greatest conditions that we can set up for helping others. Because you can build a big structure, but unless you've got, you know, people on the path to enlightenment or people who are in wholesome community together or enlightened, well, it's just going to be a structure. There's structures all over the place. There's resources all over the place. But there's not enough human wisdom and compassion and insight and resource to actually make the best use of that to benefit others in the way that we would like to, which is something we have to kind of work on as well. It's not about doing it in the way that we would like to do it. It's in trying to help. So I say that from a great place of selfishness, but I think that the principles and the intentions we can all agree on, you know. You know, may your sickness heal you. So if we're in a community, or if we're in our relationship, it's not necessarily about transferring resources from one person to another, but how we can be empowered by our own resourcefulness to help others, for that to be on the table. Like, you wouldn't be able to give the health of your body or the health of your mind to someone else, but you can have that health of the body and that health of the mind on the table to help. But there has to be the relationships that are built there to begin with. Otherwise, we have somebody who's more than willing to help, who has resources, who has water, food, shelter, electricity, Starlink, etc., but we don't have the relationship and the broad relationships to then be able to make use of that to help others. Kind of where it gets to, you know, well, I guess I'll just send all my money to the AIDS Foundation in Africa. Well, that might be good enough, good and all, but you know, you might just be throwing your money into a black hole as much as it's being used skillfully to help in the way that you would like to help. So what's yours, what belongs to you, whether it's money or property or resources or objects or possessions, all of that is just you, this energy of mine. And you'll end up being possessed by all those things that you think to possess. Then you'll be less equipped to help yourself, and you'll be less equipped to help others as well. Let alone to talk about being free from suffering. So this is more not necessarily how we can all sell all of our possessions and go live in the Outback or something like that, but it's more how can we empower and develop ourselves from where we are, and then use our resources to continue developing ourselves from where we are, wherever we happen to go or be, and then to cultivate that willingness to give and to help others limitlessly. In the intention, but we do so in a practical, step-by-step, non-theoretical way. So somebody knocks at your door and says, come out here and dig this ditch. Fuck you. I'm busy meditating or whatever. So that's okay too. We don't have to role play as some kind of enlightened helper or whatever, because you'll get burnt out with that, and you'll get the pushback. Your ego will come back and beat you up or beat somebody else up. So instead of worrying about other people taking advantage of you, you're realizing that you are really taking advantage of yourself, which is perpetuating yourself, which is the source of all the confusions and problems, unnecessary confusions and problems that you are dealing with. Australians, a lot of people probably won't know this, but Australians love DVDs. Australians are all about their DVDs. Here we got Heat, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Val Kilmer. Not a big fan of that scene. I'll have to check it again sometime, but it wasn't my thing. Man of Fire. Denzel, of course, is a hero, but I didn't like that one too much, but that's another one that I'd check back into. War Horse. I don't know what that is, but it's by Steven Spielberg, so it might be something. Carl Barron. Classic comedy from the master of observational humor. That guy looks like a character. And then you've got Beyond Reanimator. Must be an Australian film. That looks very Australian. So the humanness is great. The normalness and the humanness is great, as much as there's this kind of buzzing and agitation of this willingness to give and this willingness to help in community. If you're sitting in your room smoking weed and doing dope, maybe that's what you're doing and you're a part of the community. So the question isn't if you're doing that or if you're not doing that and how much people like that or how much people don't like that, but is this guy willing to come out smoked up and doped up and help? And that's enough, ultimately. And then if you have a situation where that's, problematic for whatever reason, maybe there's kids around, there's vulnerable people around, well, that's a lesson for everyone involved, to create safe spaces inside of unsafe spaces, seemingly. Well, it's seemingly in an absolute way, and it's also seemingly in terms of people tend to overestimate their capacities. It's warmer out here. It's not colder. I was only in Melbourne for a few minutes because we caught the train there. And the humanness also has to be kind of like what is a community without a leader? What is a child without a parent? What is carpentry without master carpenters? And we've got to be open enough to use our intuition and our gut rather than our thinking mind and our arrogance mind to actually discern, is there some skillfulness here or not in terms of going in the direction that we want to go in. It's not about everybody being equal or being the same or something like that. You have to have reverence. Just like the meditation master has reverence for the person who's building the structure. Whether or not they want to learn how to build the structure that's being done. That actually allows you to see what's going on to the best of your abilities. $15 a night, eh?
Yeah.
That's a good deal. Is this wine?
No, it's
What?
spring water.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's free to use.
Yeah,
Mm.
you might just have to squeeze it.
Squeeze the spring water out.
The water out of the tap is ball water, which is drinkable, but it's a tiny taste.
Oh, it's not good, eh? All right. Got something to share with the community here. This is the old Master Yun Men. Facing it directly. Yun Men was one of the year 949. What does that even mean? Well, that's what Yun Men was around. Yun Men was one of the latest and greatest masters of the classical era of this Zen Buddhism or Chan Buddhism in China. He said, why do you tripes, why do you wander around, why do you hoof and toof around with your luggage through 1,000 towns over 10,000 miles? What are you missing? You are fine. Who has no lot? If you can't even manage to take responsibility for yourself on your own, you shouldn't accept deception from others or take people's judgments. As soon as you see old monks open their mouths, you should shut them right up. And yet you act like flies on manure, struggling to feed off it, gathering in 3s and 5s for discussion. He also said, ordinary phonies consume the piss and spit of other people, memorizing a pile of junk, a load of rubbish, running off at the mouth wherever they go, bragging about how they can pose 5 or 10 questions. Even if you pose questions and answers from morning to night until the end of time, would you ever see? Where is the empowerment in that? Yun Men was one of the first Zen masters known to have given overt instructions for contemplating Zen stories and sayings as an expedient method of cultivating Zen consciousness. So that's certainly what we're in one way or another attempting to do here, is cultivate Zen consciousness, whatever the heck that means. Excuse me. Quote, the ancients had a lot of complications to help you, such as Zhu Fang's saying, "The whole earth is you." There's something about the need for trust and community and connection in these sayings and receiving these sayings, because if somebody's just saying that to you, especially in the modern time, it doesn't mean anything. Everybody just says whatever, and we kind of learn. It's almost like meeting your parent face to face in the dark of night and them saying, "The whole earth is you." So that connection and that community is like essential to receiving instructions or resonating with these words, and maybe communion with your deeper self, which is what that quote was before, right? If you can't even manage to take responsibility for yourself on your own, so you have to try to manage to take responsibility for yourself on your own. Well, that's not what he says. He says here, "Why do you traipse around with your luggage through 1,000 towns over 10,000 miles, seeking?" Right? Why do you keep going on seeking? What are you missing? You are fine. Who has no lot? Maybe saying like, who actually has nothing? Right? Who has nothing? Even the sick and dying person has their consciousness or their experience, right? And saying to that person, you are fine. You have what you have. So who has nothing? Right? Who doesn't have access to anything? Maybe, can't say for sure. If you can't even manage to take responsibility for yourself on your own, so if you can't even like meditate or face your mind or take responsibility for your own mind and your own experience and your own freedom, then you shouldn't accept deception from others or take people's judgments. So if you can't even understand your own mind fully, then you shouldn't accept the complicated thinking or the presentation or judgments of others. As soon as you see old monks open their mouths, you should shut them right up. So, I would say that means to challenge, to go forth, to confront. But you don't confront like a if you know that you can't take responsibility for your own mind, for yourself on your own, then how are you going to be able to really bring forth the challenge? But anyway, you can try to exercise that relationship and that connection. Speak up, go forward, be vulnerable, be generous, give them hell, give them the way that it is, give them what you think, give them what you know, give them what you experience. And that takes a lot of bravery and a lot of heart. And you might get you might get your ass beat, you might get kicked out, it's totally going against the convention of how we're supposed to act towards each other. So it's saying you meet an old monk, it's their responsibility. Maybe Yun Men's not saying that, but I'm saying that you meet an old monk, you meet an enlightened person, it's their responsibility to take your ferocity, your energy, your generosity, whatever it is, give it to them straight. Shut them right up. Tell me, Aditya, say, shut up.
Shut up.
Yeah. But in this way, we say everyone is a Buddha. So now if they're an old monk too, they deserve a slap on the butt or a slap on the face, whatever. It's too much, right? The ancients had a lot of complications to help you, such as Zhu Fang saying, "The whole earth is you." Jiashan saying, pick out the teacher in the 100 grasses. Recognize the emperor in a bustling marketplace. And Luo Pu's saying, as soon as a particle of dust arises, the entire earth is contained therein. The whole body of a lion is on the tip of a single hair. Take these up and think about them over and over again. Eventually, over time, you will naturally find a way to penetrate. So it's not just thinking, but it's more the feel and the think so. The penetration of that principle or that practice, not just you're thinking about it because you want to show off and tell other people your profound thoughts that you got from someone else or that you came up with. Take these up and think about them over and over again. Eventually, over time, you will naturally find a way to penetrate. No one can substitute for you in this task. It rests with each individual without exception. This is quite different from the highly artificial, standardized, and pressurized koan study, as practiced in many present-day Japanese and American Zen cults. I like that. Most of which does not follow the teachings of the original Zen masters. But also, that is to say, you can say this is a Zen cult, right? But if you go there, you can get a lot of training, you can get a lot of people that know, have experience. So, that's what I say about it. Most of which does not follow the teachings of the original Zen masters, but actually dates only from the 19th and 20th centuries. So this kind of modernized form of cultivating Zen consciousness. Yunmen was outspoken about the futility of cultic attitudes of emotional enthusiasts. He said, "You rush here pointlessly. What are you looking for? All I know how to do is eat, drink, piss, and shit. Why do you make a special interpretation? You travel around to various places studying Zen, inquiring about the path. But let me ask you a question. What have you learned at all those places? Try to bring it out." So maybe you'd fart, maybe you'd burp, maybe you'd do a dance, maybe you'd slap the guy in the face. I always say, the best way to answer a koan is to burn down the house that the person who asked the koan to you lives in, because that's a heck of an answer, whether you're enlightened or not. That's kind of undeniable. But don't take my word for that. I don't know about what I'm saying. You travel around to various places studying Zen, inquiring about the path. And so if we, in a certain very subtle sense, we've done this in going from place to place to place to get what we want or to get what we're seeking for. But in a more practical sense, right, we have to consider how much have we actually traveled around, how much have we actually endeavored to go and get some experience with Zen or with enlightenment or whatever. Right? How much have we actually done that? So we can still listen, but it might not be fully our position. But this try to bring it out is very important. It's talking about that capacity to cut, that capacity to end affliction, that capacity to present the prime jewel of awakening. I watched Jim Newman's, we watched a little bit together, but Jim Newman, he did something like this. So, looked good to me. But he's a good-looking guy as well, so you need to think about your psychology, because if somebody looks good, you're going to think other good things about them. You know what I mean? If I was a decrepit, burn victim or something like that, I don't know how many people would be listening to what I have to say. And then all the Sheilas and the Chanaths say, we'd be there for you, Dr. Rob. We love burn victims. We love horribly ugly people. We love disabled people. You know, we love people that are mentally ill and etc. So it's good. It's good that you have that feeling. Because sickness, old age, and death is going to come for all of us. You like his laugh. I like his style. I like his hair. I like the way that he carries himself. You know, he's a man I'd like to be around. He's a man I'd like to mow his lawn. You know what I mean? I'd like to. You know what I mean? He also insisted on common sense in Zen practice. When someone asked, "What is the road beyond?" Yunmen replied, 9 times 9 is 81. Asked about Zen in these terms, how does one apply it on the road? Yunmen replied, 7 times 9 equals 63. These are not silly non sequiturs, like so much nonsense seen in cults. And they are not just numerological symbolic statements either. 9 times 9 does equal 81 in the daily world we face when we wake up in the morning, right? We've been talking about this a little bit. So that's interesting, right? Because someone asked this Zen master, maybe a very intimate and formal kind of situation, said, what is the road beyond? Somebody who's on a meditation retreat with that Zen master, not somebody who is just, you know, watching online through their scrolling. I'm not trying to get on any of the watchers out there. What is the road beyond? Yunmen replied, 9 times 9 is 81. These are not silly non sequiturs like so much nonsense seen in cults, and they are not just numerological, symbolic statements either. 9 times 9 does equal 81 in the daily world we face when we wake up in the morning. A variety of Zen that does not help you is obviously not too useful and has to retreat into the bosom of a cult, a tribe of supposedly like-minded people who agree to agree. You know, and so whose tea is this? Well, nobody really owns this tea, so I might as well have a sip. At least give it a try. It's just sitting there. You know. Can we see non-self? Can we see non-ownership? Can we experience that? No. Because that would be someone experiencing something, and that's antithetical to the point. There's the famous story of the monk who was asked a question from somebody, and that person asked the monk, you know, does cause and effect apply to the skillful ones or the realized ones, etc.? And that monk said, no, it doesn't apply. That monk then had to go through eras, ages of being reborn as an animal, as a fox spirit, before later on, you know, he materialized into a human and talked with another monk who was in the air, and that monk said, you know, that's fucking dumb shit. And then he said, oh yeah, you're right, and then he was able to pass on, maybe to Nibbana or whatever, but he wasn't a fox anymore. And then they went around the back of the monastery and they found a dead fox there, and they gave it the funeral of a monk. So what does that mean? 9 times 5 is rocks and shit. We say, well, and I say, well, I want to check my math. Well, who's going to check the math? Who's going to wipe your ass? Who's going to blow your nose? Don't look at me. We say, well, I'm a good guy, I've got a good mind, etc. But what about when there's no food on the table? Then you're ready to kill. You're ready to eat. That's a practice. Based on a false principle that, well, I'm a good guy, etc. But then conditions change and you're ready to kill and eat. You know what I mean? So I was reading last night. I had the good fortune to read a little bit of One Punch Man. I don't know if anybody here knows about One Punch Man. It's an anime, but it was originally a manga. It's very famous. And there's this character in One Punch Man, getting into the dark side of things here, but who's is very beautiful and is like a pop star, like a K-pop star, but he's also a really strong kind of superhero. Turns out he's actually a monster underneath. He's gone through this monsterization process, but he's still a halfway good guy, even though he's very egoic. And so it came down to a point where he was fighting this other monster that also this monster had the special quality that it got higher, got more powerful based on attention. So how many people were attentioning to that. And because of Sweet Mask is his name, because of Sweet Mask's status, the moment that he started fighting this monster, more and more people came to see, more and more people, and that fueled this evil clown monster to be more powerful. So Sweet Mask got into this position where when he was in his, because a part of his monsterization was based on him actually being very ugly. But then he was so self-conscious about being very ugly that it actually transformed him into a monster whose part of the power of that was to create a sweet mask, a very beautiful face, very beautiful visage. And then it turns out that this monster is becoming so powerful that for Sweet Mask to defeat this monster and to save all these people, he actually has to release his mask, which means he's going to become exceedingly ugly in this kind of monsterized humanoid, but very ugly creature in contrast to the Sweet Mask face. So he does that, and then all the people around, they say, what the heck, we hate this guy. This guy was a monster all along. He was a bad guy all along, etc., etc. And then Sweet Mask, kind of the point that it's got to is that he had to go away and that we don't really know what's going to happen with Sweet Mask because he's going through all this internal conflict of a loss of identity and a shift of identity. So, that's a good exercise for me. What does it mean? Well, it means that we might have to sacrifice our masks to help others. We might have to sacrifice our power and our control over ourselves and others to actually help others and benefit others. You got to be careful about that. Don't want to get yourself into any too overwhelming situations, but in a certain sense, we have to be more willing to be overwhelmed before we can work with the subtle energies without being overwhelmed. If you don't know about being overwhelmed, then overwhelming is always hitting you over the head, saying, well, 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 and then you get lost in that. Have another sip of this anonymous tea here. You can't just let a cup sit. You know, it's cooling down. I'm doing a favor to the person who made it. As if there were a person who made this and made the world and all that. Not to speak of enlightenment, what's for dinner? What's this shit in the toilet? Where's the bathtub? So it's very sensitive, it's very vulnerable kind of experience and situation. Where's my happy space? Well, there's no happy space for you, you know what I mean? And then that's where you really do the work. Well, this is the refinement. This is the subtlety. Is that it's not about someone. That nothing can be about someone in the same way that nothing can be about separation. This is the non-self. This is the interbeing. So that this box here, is it still the box? Is it still the box? And you go down to the particles and you go down to the gravity and the atmosphere and the environment that's holding the box together. And then all of the cause and effect, all of the actions that have brought this box to be about. So this box is just an element of interbeing. There's no box here. There's no such thing as this box. That's just a thought or an idea or a kind of created truth. Whereas the truth that we're aligning ourselves with here is the truth of ever new impermanent nature, free of someone, free of something, free of somewhere. So even though Sweet Mask saved all those people with his monsterization in a very literal way, actually those people did not like Sweet Mask anymore because he changed form. And it turned out that his support and his recognition and his status was all just based on this shallow form and not actually on a real relationship. Good evening, Sheila. So when we don't identify with what we think, when we don't get caught up with what we think, then our thinks actually have a chance to go more deeply. So maybe you think something funny and then you're sitting there thinking about the fact that you thought something funny and how funny you are. Well, then that think can't think through itself because you've held on to that. You created a standard out of that. What's going on here? Maybe that's how I see it.
And this is one of those things I've been telling a few friends just before I came in for this talk. We just finished a rains retreat over in Perth. I recognise that voice. One of the things I have noticed this particular last year, there's a couple of monks who should have died. I was told they were going to die.
one had a very bad accident, the other one just got very, very sick, and a third one, he's not so much an anagaric, it's not so much a monastic, but he lives like a monastic. He's been an anagarika for a long time. And we thought he was going to die too. None of them did. They're still very much alive. And I wondered why. How come those perceptions, even when they get checked out by doctors, why is it even then they can still survive? And that's why I love, as a Buddhist monk, being able to try and look after you, to treat you, to inspire you, to encourage you, no matter what happens to you in life. It's amazing just how people can recover, and how people not just recover, they become better human beings than they were before. So many times I've seen this with my own eyes. I come really close to death, even close to suicide, even just close to misery. And a lot of times, it's a hard thing for me to say this, but it's true. Sometimes they're not perceiving things in an accurate way. They're bending their perceptions, unconsciously, without much awareness of how they're bending their perceptions. Have you ever noticed when you have arguments, everyone thinks they're right? Have you ever noticed if you try and argue with a doctor, it's not really worthwhile trying to argue with the doctor. I really respect doctors, and there's many doctors who are Sri Lankans. Thank you very much for being who you are. But sometimes it's things which even doctors don't know. And so, some of the perceptions, the nature of perception, and how they can be used to basically heal yourself. And that's what I really love. And I can only say about personal experiences of this, because the personal experiences are something which obviously I know the most about. And I know that I'm not exaggerating them. Many times, as a young monk, especially over in Thailand, he got very sick. And sometimes even over in Australia, you sometimes get sick. And one of those cases where I got kind of sick, it was an acute problem, and it was just to do with the indigestion. There's one of the problems of being a bhikkhu. I'm sure you will understand this. There's sometimes you eat food, you don't know really what you're eating, and sometimes the food isn't, you're allergic to it. I should let you know this, that I have got some allergies to food. Now, one thing which I cannot eat is apples. And I never ate apples when I was a kid. I thought I just didn't like them, but it was not that. I tried to eat some later on, and it just made me feel a very bad tummy ache. And other things like ginger, I cannot eat. If I do, I can eat it, but it just makes me feel sick afterwards. There's a lot of things. One of the other things which I cannot eat, it's really weird, honey. And I think one of the reasons I never took any honey, because my family were poor, and that was very expensive. Other stuff I can eat, but not honey. So there's a lot of things which can make you sick, which sometimes you think, just leave them alone. But sometimes when you're a monk, sometimes they give you all sorts of concoctions for lunch. You don't know what you're eating. And every now and again, you eat something which really does make you sick. I remember, I don't know what I was eating this day. And I'm not going to blame Sri Lankans. Thais are even worse. Any Thai people here? Okay. I shouldn't have said that before I found out you were here. But sometimes you add some special food for this, special food for that. And then you just love sick. These I'm much more careful with what I eat. And one of the reasons why was when I gave a talk in Malaysia once to about 3,000 people. And I was getting more and more sick. My tummy was really starting to churn. And then I asked people at the end of the talk, can I finish now and go back? They said, no, please, one more question. I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have said, okay. So I gave one more answer to somebody's question. And then about halfway through the question, I said, I've got to go now. And I got up quickly without bowing. And there was projectile vomiting on stage in front of 3,000 people on camera, videoed. That was a wonderful thing I did as a mug, as a bhikkhu, because I realized I wasn't exaggerating. I could actually see it. And so from that time on, I said, look, there's some things that better not give me in my bowl because it really does make me sick.
That's one of the things that you wouldn't think that you'd have, like, wouldn't be a part of spirituality or whatever, but actually exaggerating can be very problematic, because when you have a tendency to like over exaggerate, then you get in this spiral of that exaggeration. You know, like when we were in the Outback with Lee, and actually, you know, we're all together, we're all generally fine, but there's this tendency to maybe put more onto the table than's necessary, and then we spiral in that. You know, so it's one of the things I was watching just spontaneously out of nowhere when I was in India and practicing very seriously, was like seeing how often I would exaggerate, and to not do that, like intuitively to see that that's not, it's quite dangerous. And I think that also goes in with, like, maybe when you have a porn addiction or masturbation addiction, and then you have this tendency to exaggerate about yourself, and, oh, I've done something wrong, and then you get in this spiral about it. You know, like, genuinely, it's not that big of a deal for a young man or whoever to masturbate, you know, but you exaggerate, and then it becomes a bigger thing than it needs to be, and then you have to deal with that.
So anyway, this particular time, I had a very bad feeling in my tummy. And when you have, it was food poisoning. When you have food poisoning, how many doctors are there here? Come on, don't be embarrassed. I just want it back. Oh, yeah. No need to be embarrassed. Your kindness is wonderful. But anyway, I had food poisoning. And so food poisoning means you start to have these convulsions in your tummy.
Also, physically, like how we over-exaggerate our need to eat. Because you don't actually have to eat. You could go days, you could go a week or whatever. You know, you're pretty skinny, so it's a little bit different than me, but we exaggerate, oh, I need to eat. This is the time that I need to eat. And then that becomes this whole big thing, when you could just remember, wait a minute, actually, I don't need to eat. I have the habit of eating, and I'd really like to eat.
Yeah, that's something I noticed a lot in me, like in this trip, that I don't need to eat that much.
Yeah. And needing to think as well, needing to think things through, needing to manage things.
Yeah.
Because when you get into that way, everything could just stop and slow down, but there's this need that you think that there is to think it through and figure it out, and then that becomes this whole thing.
Yeah.
The stomach cramped, and you didn't have any choice. It was nature. Just go, because it was very painful. And I was having this episode of food poisoning in my cave. In Australia, I live in a cave. It's one of the most allowable and preferable places you could ever stay as a monk or as a nun. If you have a cave, wow. It's so quiet and peaceful, and you can have a bit of peace all for yourself. No one can come in. The trouble is, no one can come in when you're very sick. That's a bit troubling. And they can't even hear what I'm doing inside. They didn't know that I was groaning so loud. So I had a choice what to do. And for me, my choice was, don't call the doctor.
Well, Chanath, the line is that responsibility is going to come from that place of evenness and from awareness, not from being overly worried or overly concerned. So, like, that awareness about being regretful is great. If we can have shame, if we can have regret, that's great. But when that regret and shame is kind of suffused with all these complicated thoughts and emotions and identity, then actually that regret and shame is just building up our sense of self rather than having that, kind of calmed sense of self that says, wow, I regret doing this. This is something that actually doesn't make me feel good, that I can experience in that moment. A lot of things you can't necessarily experience in that moment that, wow, this actually doesn't make me feel good. And then you say, oh, I regret doing that. And then it's just natural. It becomes natural that you do that less and less, rather than this resistance or this fight against habit energy that actually doesn't have anything to do with you. It's just habit energy. It's not yours. It's not your possession. You don't own it. And it actually, while it seems to help, be helping you fight against this thing that you're doing, it's actually feeding that habit energy.
Surely, all the meditation experience I've had, we can actually use the meditation to be able to overcome, or at least not so much overcome, but to tolerate and be with and go past or go through the food poisoning. I know I say this story a lot, but...
So not to overcome, but to tolerate and be with.
It's a wonderful story, totally true. And so I started being mindful of the stomach cramps. You just wait for a while and then it just come out of nowhere. And it's also, I love telling a story like this, simply because I've seen so many times when people come to a Dharma talk and it's in the evening of a weekday, many of you have been working so far, you're tired. And so often people get bored and get sloth and torp and all sorts of things. But every time I go, people wake up and they pay attention. And of course I paid attention too. That was the trick. The mindfulness together with the kindness. What I sort of coined the term kindfulness. Because when you're kindful, whatever you're aware of and you're kind to it, it's much easier to stay with it. And as I was staying with these contractions and spasms in my body, in my tummy, I didn't mind if anybody heard me groan because I was in my cave. But what I did notice, the perception was just focusing just on the pain. And it's a weird thing if you focus with kindness, with softness on something very unpleasant, the pain gets a little bit less. That was my perception, noticing how the pain was decreasing and decreasing, only so slightly. But that gave me the encouragement to continue on with this type of perception. And it only took half an hour. Every spasm, every cry of pain, it got less, never more. It took just half an hour. And then by the end of that half an hour, all the pain, the spasms had gone. Totally. I've had a lot of fun, and I say fun, because what this does is teaching you how not to be afraid of pain and discomfort. To take that particular perception, which we often have whenever we're sick, or whenever we have physical pain. We take away the perception of fear, danger, And it's wonderful just what happens. We can relax. When you relax, things do ease off. And even things like pain vanish. Sometimes I kind of use similes, and the simile for this type of pain and the method to get beyond it was imagining that these parts of the body, these muscles are contracting, whenever there's an inflammation or infection somewhere. I imagine them like guitar strings. Now with guitar strings, if you pull them and stretch them, if you stretch the guitar string and something falls on it, bang, it makes a very loud, high-pitched sound. If you can loosen the tension on the guitar strings and something falls on it, boom, you can hardly hear it, it's low pitch. And if you totally relax the tension on the guitar strings, it doesn't make any sound at all when something hits it. That's how, my simile, how pain happens. If you're already very tense, afraid, frightened, and something hits it, it really makes a loud noise. You loosen the tension, anything can hit it, and there's no noise at all. And that was actually reminded me of how even my teacher in Thailand, the great meditator Ajahn Chah, would change his perceptions to realize that sometimes there's so many other ways to get beyond things like pain. Remember one of his things he taught me, he once told me how he was, all the forest monks in those days all had, as was over in Thailand, northeast Thailand, all had malarial fever. There's too many malaria mosquitoes around, and they all carried the fever, and there's no much medication. So he got malaria like most other monks, and when he had malaria, one day he told me he had, whenever he was really sick, low energy, the malaria fever would come up, and it's a very, very heavy fever. What he did was actually to, instead of running away from it, being afraid of it, reacting to it, he said, I'm not going to move anywhere. I'm going to sit, make my meditation right in the middle of this fever. And he even actually symbolized that, of like being in the middle of a forest fire, really hot, and he was right in the middle of it. He could feel the fire getting hotter and hotter and hotter, because he was like in the, what we call these days, the eye of the storm. He just noticed the fire getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter until the fire exploded. And that was the end of the malaria fever. He never got malaria again. Sometimes, and that makes sense to you, it's not something which people describe often, because often they are just too afraid to follow a path like that, to be kind, to be gentle, but not to move. It's almost like calling the bluff of pain. So anyway, that's what he did. And how can that work? It's because, I thought after I emerged, from that half an hour, you can't call it fighting pain. It's just understanding it, knowing, being kind to it, and it gets less and less and less and less till it disappears. It's the same with, people get afraid of all sorts of things, especially over in the Far East, or the Middle East, or the Southeast, or any East. This is almost Far East, in Southeast London. This Canada's East? Yes, that's the train station. That's how we came here, through East Croydon. This is more east than Croydon? And South Croydon, okay. South London, anyway. It's east enough. So anyway, not this place, but many times people over in South Asia, Southeast Asia, we're afraid of things like snakes and spiders. And the reason I'm telling this story now is because I just came from my brother's this afternoon, and he said he was going to tune into this talk. So this is another snake story for you, brother. These snakes, they can be very lethal. And there was this Singaporean monk over in Southeast Asia, very highly educated. It was just after I left Thailand to go to Australia. He went into our library in our monastery in Southeast Asia in Thailand, and he just asked the librarian, "Where is the snake book?" And he said, "It's just over here." He gave this monk a snake book, and the monk was looking through the different species of snake which were in our forest, and he said, "Oh my goodness, that's the snake which has just bitten me, and it's deadly." This is a Singaporean monk saying this. He'd just been bitten by a snake. And he showed the other monks in the library at the time the 2 puncture wounds of the snake. And his ankle was already starting to swell. What would you do? This monk said, "Please, get me a doctor." And so it's one of those times when a monk or a nun or anybody is allowed to run, to go into the village to get the medical help. Now, usually we don't run at all as monks. You know the reason we don't run? Because the faster we run, the more robes fall off. Even my robes fall off sometimes, and I'm not really running, just walking fast. These aren't meant to sort of be worn by people going fast. So anyhow, this monk did run, keeping his robes on as best he could, and he came back from the village with the local doctor, not an MD. He was the one who knew all about the herbal medicines. And he came to see this monk, and the monk's foot was quite expanded by now. And he put some herbs in his mouth, chewed them, and then spat them on the wound and rubbed them in and started doing some chanting. And as this witch doctor, a layperson, was doing this, imagine if that was you. The Singaporean, highly educated young monk looked at the more senior monks and asked them, "Can I have a proper doctor, please?" But as they were watching, as the chanting continued, the 2 puncture wounds where the fangs had got in closed up, and the swelling went down. And actually, the wound totally healed, and it wasn't affected at all. The Singaporean monk. It's one of those things which are called unbelievable by many people, but it happens. That's one of the lovely things about being a monk for such a long time, 51 years now, and also being a theoretical physicist at Cambridge. I've got some cred, so I don't just believe things, you wait for the evidence. And it's just too many things you've seen with your own eyes, which are crazy, but they work. Why is it that some people, if you had a snake bite, and we brought these guys in, which didn't actually inject you with anything, but did something else far less intrusive, and far more effective, which would you choose? Why is it our perceptions can sometimes kill us? We see only a part of the solution, and it's not the best solution, it's dangerous. Why can't we use perception to see there are so many different options in this world, so many different ways of dealing with problems? You know, the one thing which I always notice with sickness is the power when we have a positive mind, a happy mind, joy, even laughter. That's one of the reasons why I often pepper my talks with happy stories. Sometimes people call them their miracles. They're not miracles. They're just noticing the power of more things in this world than we've ever known about, ever experienced. One of those talks over in Australia, there was this gentleman called George who was dying of lung cancer. And by this time he was really sick. On his last legs, doctors had given up and went into the hospice. Little George in the hospice, the first evening, the nurse said to him, "George, what do you want to eat for dinner this evening?" And that's when George replied, "Look, as well as the cancer, I have also got high cholesterol. I can't have anything oily, or I've also got diabetes. I can't have anything sweet. I've got hardened arteries. I can't have anything salty. I can't." And that's when the nurse said, "George, be quiet. You're not going to die of a heart attack. You're not going to die of hardened arteries. You're not going to die of cholesterol problems. You're going to die in about 3 days of cancer. So you can eat whatever you want." And George said, "Really?" And so the nurse asked him, "Whatever food you want to eat, anything." And so George asked for the oiliest, greasiest, sweetest, syrupy, saltiest food he'd never been allowed to eat by his wife for years. And I think the word in England is called pigging out. Why not? Yeah, he's going to die soon anyway. He had cancer. But you know what happened? I was there. I was looking after him. And he didn't die. He went into remission. After about 3 or 4 days of eating all his favourite foods, he went into remission. He walked out of the hospice on his own 2 legs. He did actually the cancer came back afterwards. It's only a temporary fix. He had an extra 6 months of life. So, if you have a partner in this world, or a mother or a father who tells you can't eat this, you can't eat that, it's going to kill you. What actually kills you? Is it the chemicals in your blood, or is it the perception? What you're worried about? We've had many cases, and I love when people tell me these stories, but also when you read about them in official magazines, in the indigenous communities over in Australia. In the indigenous communities of Australia, they've got this almost like a ceremony they call pointing the bone. And if you've upset some other influential indigenous people in Australia, the indigenous people will talk it over, and if they agree that you've really done a bad thing, they'll get a bone and they'll point it at you. She's got her eyes closed, so she can't see. The point is, it's all on camera, so I can't get away with it. You're pointing a bone at me. They're pointing a bone at you. And a lot of times, that sort of indigenous person would actually get sick and then die. They would think themselves to death. How can you do that? I often thought, if you can think yourself to death, why can't you think yourself to life? Why can't you use this in another way? And the story which, a weird story, true. I remember seeing this when I was a student. as a student over in Cambridge University, one of the clubs which I joined was the Psychic Research Society in Cambridge. We used to investigate ghosts mainly, but anything which was weird. And one of those weird things at the time was hypnosis. One of the experiments which I saw with my own eyes, that students would volunteer for anything, and we managed to hypnotize one of my friends, one of the students, and the hypnotist had a piece of wood with a 4-inch nail on the end and convinced the student that nail had been heated and heated and heated until it was red hot. And then the experimenter touched the tip of the nail on the student's skin, because the student had been conditioned to believe that that needle was red hot. He screamed in pain. That I could understand. What I could never understand was how it was the place where the needle, or not the needle, sorry, the nail touched the student's skin, a blister came up. It was burnt, that part of his skin. And that nail was at room temperature. It wouldn't even make a baby scream. But nevertheless, because that student under hypnosis perceived that nail to be red hot, a boil came up, a burn mark came up on the skin. That was something which I saw. And it took me years to kind of understand, how can that work? Now, how many of you in this temple have even heard, since the time in the Dharma school for kids here, the mind is the forerunner of all things. Just like the ox that's in front pulls the cart coming behind it, so the mind controls the body. I read that, thought it was interesting years and years ago, but I never saw how powerful that teaching is. Your perceptions have a lot to do with the health of your body and the health of your mind. You know that I'm not exaggerating here. Please, these personal stories, I'm saying them because they really shocked me, and it's personal knowledge, so I can trust that what I'm saying actually happened. And I was for 1 year over in Thailand. Most of the other monks were always complaining about sore tummies and not getting enough sleep, getting bitten by so many mosquitoes. And then they were all getting sick. And when there was so many, often the case that I remember just even Ajahn Sumedho, he was the head of that monastery then, and then he would say, I had a very bad night, I was on the toilet most of the night with strong diarrhea. And then the next one would say, yeah, me too. And the next one would say, yeah, me too, had diarrhea last night, didn't sleep much at all. The next one, yeah, me too. When it came to me, I was a young monk, so bottom of the line. I said I didn't. I was being honest. I kind of wondered why. And yeah, I did have a strong body at the time, young. Then I decided to make a vow just to see if it would work. I said for the next 12 months, I would not get sick. It's kind of arrogant and stupid, but I did it. I decided not to get sick, and it worked. Just like pointing a bone can make you sick. I decided to make the resolution not to get sick. I don't know if you've heard that before, but it's true. If you believe that perception, the perception of sickness just doesn't come up. It's weird. But it was very helpful for me in those early years to get your meditation very strong and just your own decision. not to get sick or to get more healthy. And some of the times you've seen I've trusted that experience, personal experience, so much that sometimes I give advice to others. And it's only in times when it's not going to be exceedingly harmful for them, and it's obviously, if it were going to work, it's a beautiful thing to do. One of the cases I remember, there was this fellow over in Penang. Any Malaysian Penangese here this evening? You? Yeah, great. I love Penangese. They're very good fun people, and also they're good meditators sometimes. And this particular lady, very nice guy. He came to see me and he said he was in big trouble, that he had this disease. I forget exactly how he called it, but it was very, very, very rare. It was only that time the doctors who were the experts on this in Singapore said they'd only known 2 people who had this disease. And what was happening was scrambling their neural pathways in their brain. And the only way to treat it was actually to give them an operation, cut open their brain, and just basically rearrange some parts of their brain. And they were unable to give anesthetic when this operation was done. So this guy said it was extremely painful. But he went through this because he was getting married and he thought to be letting down the love of his life. So he went through it, he survived and it worked. He got better. But then when he came to see me again, he said thank you. He came to see me again when I was visiting Penang to say the doctors didn't understand why, but the disease had returned. He had the disease again. He knew what it would feel like to have the treatment. And he asked me to do some chanting for him, but I gave him some advice instead. And the most important thing, which he asked for, he said, my wife is now pregnant, and I feel this will be really letting her down if I don't survive this illness, to look after her during the pregnancy and also to help look after our first child. So we went back down to Singapore and they did the same procedure before. They had to shave off all the hair on his head and put a big clamp over his brain. And they gave him a CT scan beforehand, a CT scan of his brain. And you could see the sort of the scrambled part of his brain again. But then they told him, said there was some mistake in the CT scan. You're going to have to do it again. I love this little anecdote because I've heard it many times from patients. You go and see the experts, and they can have a look inside your brain, with was it ET or whatever. And the first time that they looked at it, to actually say it was a problem, it was very clear. But when he went to the hospital for the operation, they gave him another ET scan to see if it had progressed. And when they did, they asked him, I'm sorry, there's something wrong with the machine. We're going to have to do it again. And the second time they did it, there was nothing wrong with the machine at all. For some reason they couldn't understand. The brain had unput itself again. It was free of any problems, diseases or injuries. So when he went home, that's when he came to see me and said, thank you, thank you, thank you, to avoiding this operation when it should be impossible. I don't know if ever you heard stories like this, people who should be dead, people who should, really, really be struggling with their health. And because they change their perceptions, the body has a chance to heal itself. This is not magic. This is not sort of psychic powers or whatever. This is just the nature of the body. Your mind has a huge influence over you. Our problem is we don't allow those perceptions of healing to really be known. This is the nature of perception. We can use it to almost kill ourselves, or we can use it to heal ourselves. And it's a very personal journey. but try and understand, how do you feel? Are you afraid and scared because you've got too much influence from other people? Or can you turn it around totally and get the impossible things happening? One of the other things which I remember as a young monk in Thailand, one disease which I did get, which was actually none of the nurses or the doctors knew what I had at the time. It was a heavy fever, and I had the symptoms of typhus, but they tested it out. It wasn't typhus fever. When they actually learned what it was, they discovered it was scrub typhus. And all the locals had developed an immunity to this disease. It was only the Westerners, who managed to be susceptible to getting the scrub typhus. We didn't have a natural immunity. And so when I got that fever, took me into hospital, and just, you're sweating, not having these fevers, and no one knew exactly what it was. So because they didn't know what it was, they decided to put as many antibiotics as possible into the syringe, and they would inject me in the bottom twice a day. And I'm a Buddhist monk, okay? And even in northeast Thailand, they're very strict. They're not supposed to be allowed to have a lady touch you. These days, they were much more smart than in those days. So anyway, nevertheless, they still had a nurse would come with those old syringes. Remember those old syringes? They had to even sharpen them sometimes. They were reusable. And so this nurse would come every morning and every afternoon. She never actually injected me. She stabbed me because those needles were so blunt. I always thought that in Thailand, they used them in Bangkok first. And then after the big Bangkok hospitals, then they go into the upcountry. And the last place they would use was in the east side, the northeast of Thailand. We were the rough ones. And the toughest of those rough ones was supposed to be the forest monks. So I'm sure we got those syringes, those needles, after they'd been so well used in other hospitals, because this was a very poor place. In the morning, one in the left cheek, one in the right cheek. And oh my goodness, after about a week, my poor bottom really ached. And even though I tried to give loving kindness towards all beings, I found myself chanting, may all beings be happy and well. But not that nurse. She didn't deserve it. I was only about 2 or 3 years as a monk, and young, still learning. But nevertheless, I had such a sore bottom. And then it was only after about 5 or 6 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks, and that was when even Ajahn Chah came to see me. A personal visit from a great monk. And I thought, wow. You know what he said to me? He said, Ajahn Brahm, I wasn't Ajahn yet, Brahm, you'll either get better or you'll get worse. Or you'll die. And then he left. I couldn't argue with that. He had a lot of wisdom, but a terrible bedside manner. I just wanted some kindness. He just gave me Dharma, real truth. At the time, I rejected that because my perception was that was not right. So anyhow, later on you realize how correct that was. But how I overcome that fever, nothing else was working. Have you ever suffered depression? I must admit that's probably the closest I came to depression. Nothing was working. I was really sick and sore. The fever was continuing. No, I overcame it. That's not overcame it. It's the wrong word, overcame. I never fought it. I escaped from it for a short while by going into a deep meditation. And I never thought this was possible, to have a deep meditation when you have a fever. when you're not in a good posture. I always remember looking at my posture after I emerged from the meditation and seeing my posture, my legs were all over the place. You ever gone to a hospital to visit someone with a fever who was really sick? Their arms and legs were all over the place. That was my meditation posture. One arm this way, one arm that way, leg over here, leg over there. But nevertheless, you discovered, because I had to, that you could still let the body totally vanish. You get these beautiful bliss states. And that was the amazing thing. That because you understood the nature of perception, you could change it. And let go of seeing anything negative at all in what you're experiencing. Not bother about it. Let it go. Renounce it. Give it up. And abandon it. All those physical feelings. And now once again, that was replaced by a lot of bliss and happiness. And that, if you've been in hospital with a fever, no one knows what's been happening to you. They can't understand the reason why. It was only later, about 6 months later, did one of the doctors notice that this looks like scrub typhus, and he doesn't care that the big medics in Bangkok thought that it didn't exist in that part of Thailand. Only later he realized it's because of the immunity of most of the population, but some of the population, like the visiting Westerners, we were susceptible to it. It's only found out much later. But at the time, it's amazing just how that fever was discarded, just by the nature of the mind. Understanding how it works and letting it go. Because those are personal experiences, the things you'll never doubt for the rest of your lives. So this was how I understood how the nature of perception can work so amazingly well. And thank you for whoever left that rock on, because sometimes we can perceive that as creating a disturbance. But I never feel that there's anything like disturbances in life. I just think there's wonderful. Thank you for letting me know I've been talking too much.
Being on live stream too.
And on live stream too, yes. So thank you for changing perceptions. I often ask you, Ayachanda, how many times you notice me get upset and angry?
Never.
How can that be done? Change the perception. Any words which you don't like, or you think is like critical, you perceive them in another way. I remember I was telling this story a little bit earlier. I never finished it. It's again mostly to my brother. And I said that I gave this talk at a girls' school over in Perth. It was a Catholic girls' school. And during the talk, they asked me one of the most difficult questions. You know the question they asked me? They said, Ajahn Brahm, these are 14-year-old girls. You're a good meditator. Do girls still turn you on? That's what they answered. How could you answer that question? Fortunately, one of the other girls in the class, don't bother about that girl. She's such a naughty, always causes trouble in class. So I could escape very easily. But then I saw those girls the next day over walking down one of the big roads in the centre of Perth. And they came up to me and they said, oh, Ajahn Brahm, thank you for that talk you gave at our school yesterday. And I said, I'm amazed that you still remember me. And they said, oh, it's easy to remember you and your name. We'll never forget anybody called Ajahn Brahm. And I said, there's an M on the end. Did I get upset? No. Honestly, I thought, thank you. That's a good little story to give in my next talk. And never get upset. These are all great little lessons you can make use of, to inspire other people. What's the worst thing anybody's ever called you? I have great fun with the nicknames people give me. The nickname you give me in Sri Lanka is a very polite one. The Smiling White Monk. The nickname they give me in Indonesia, they call me Ajahn Donut. You know why they call me Donut? One is because I'm round. You can't argue with that's true. The second one, because I'm sweet. You know the third one? Why they call me Donut? Because I'm holy. With a big hole in the middle. So why do anybody want to get upset? You have a choice. That's what perception gives you. You can choose another way of looking at what they're talking about. I always say that sometimes it's a test when they say something really nasty to you. I mentioned this anecdote over in my last Friday night talk. Just the way that I live. Gave a Friday night talk in Perth. It was only a couple of days ago. Then got right straight to the airport on a plane. Then came to London the next day. I always give another talk and then another talk. That's how I live. Just always talking, or flying, or resting, or eating, or having my photograph taken, or something. I'm enjoying my life. But in this particular case, please excuse the language, but I think you will understand it here. A lot of people never understood this over in Australia. I gave a presentation once at a mental health conference. Now, at that mental health conference, these two English ladies came to see me afterwards. And they were what they called clients of the mental health system. And they said, they weren't Buddhists at all. Just they said, when we saw you going into the lecture theatre and standing at the lectern about to give us a talk, I thought, who the heck is he? What does he know? He's not a doctor or professor. And what they said, we came here to apologize to you after the talk because we thought, who is this wanker coming to teach us? It's a very rude word. Did I get upset even saying that someone called me wanker? Well, I think it's really funny. But that's how I perceive these things. A nice little challenge and see the funny side of it. But then they gave me this wonderful praise afterwards. We thought you just didn't know what you were talking about. But then when you started giving these stories about perceiving ourselves in a totally different way, and the story which I gave to them, one of my favorites, I said, you are clients of the mental health system over here. I don't know what problems the psychologists, psychiatrists see in you. But I always remember being a forest monk, living amongst so many hundreds of trees. Every time I see a crooked or a bent tree, which has been damaged by the storms which nature gives, when I see that big branches have been torn off the branch, so big branches have been torn off the tree, and they leave holes in there. I know that in each one of those holes, that's where the possums and the birds live. That's where they make their homes. I'm glad they're there. And my favorite trees are always those trees which are the most bent and damaged. With all the leaves are brown, and they're not just perfectly placed. Those damaged trees are the ones I like the most. And every damaged tree belongs in the forest. Each one of you, I said to these clients of the mental health system, number one, please never think or perceive you don't belong. Please understand you belong to this wonderful force of humanity. You know, that for people who are suffering, you belong. Welcome. And number two, the ones who are the most injured, damaged, crooked, bent, twisted, you are the most beautiful. I really mean that. I don't make these things up. You see them. And that's why they're powerful. And that's why they came out after and said, even the bad words we said about you at first, because we didn't know who you were. What are you going to speak? Once we hear you, thank you. So we cried and we laughed. That's one of the most beautiful compliments I've got. When you hear something, it touches you. And you cry, you laugh, and a lot of the problems are healed. Okay, so I'm going to finish now and open up for any questions.
So that's our dear grandfather in our community, in our lineage, in our family of Buddhism. That's our grandfather. That's not just some guy talking about stuff. So we'll open up our own Q&A with what we have on offer here. And before we wrap up, if anyone has any questions or wants to share any things. So we turn from being someone watching things online to someone who's actually willingly practicing dana, willingly practicing generosity, willingly practicing volunteering and doing good deeds. We become someone who takes the precepts, and we become someone who's willing to cultivate and to shift our perceptions. And in this way, we join the family of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha in a very realistic way. So for me, Ajahn Brahm is as much my grandfather as my blood grandfather. And what we find is that in this spiritual life, it can actually be thicker than blood. So let's get some W's in the chat for Siale Chandrama's 4 months of support, and she is in fact a long-term supporter and a big part of the monk life community. Siale Chandrama, or Miss M. Siale Chandrama, if she chooses at some point to become a nun again. I think I already met Bhante Sujato, but he was very busy when I met him. And I'm more of an Ajahn Brahm kind of guy myself. I'm not a big Bhante Sujato fan. Not to say that he's not enlightened or more enlightened than me, just not much karmic affinity there. I did meet him. Paid respect to him. He was the senior monastic there as far as I could see. So we met, we exchanged minds. And then when you're kind of willingly participating in that self-sacrifice, that practice, that study, that deep listening, that changing of perception, when you listen to a talk of Ajahn Brahm, you're actually inviting Ajahn Brahm to be there with you. You're making your mind open, so it can be more real than even being physically together with him. So let's all aspire to be like that. And I feel a lot of energy of that in this community from the members and from the people that have been involved. So I hope we can continue cultivating that. And like Ajahn Brahm said, that this self-sacrifice, even this way of renunciation, like Ajahn Brahm, not having a partner and, giving his whole life to the path and meditation and teaching, he said the best thing that you're going to get is a cave to be alone for a monk, for someone who's in that way. So be as individuated, be as much as an individual as you can, be as twisted as you are. That's what we offer. We offer what we have, not what we idealize or like to offer. And that's community building together. And I'll soon have some chance to connect more with Ajahn Brahm and his teachings, and hopefully all of us will. Sometimes I find that with like some people that I've spoken to or some people that I've connected to, and for whatever, there's just a connection there. There's a loose or a strong connection there, but there's a connection there. And then actually I'm interested to see what they're doing. I'm interested to take a look at what's going on, even if I don't consider that they're more enlightened or someone that I'd go to for teachings. It's nice to kind of check in, and how we build this kind of community and relationship here. Actually, we're not just checking in, but we're a part. We make ourselves a part of what's going on. And then there's a liveliness to being able to tune in and to connect with this being concerned with the Dhamma and the path and the community, for hours. Where do those hours go? Well, they go into our heart of what we're really concerned with. So it's a better way to use our time, certainly, than scrolling or consuming media or what have you. But we have to kind of get ourselves out of that mindset and form a connection to begin with, form a relationship. Not through agreeing on anything. Not about agreeing on anything. It's a deep listening, it's a deep sharing, it's what we're mutually concerned with and practicing and staying close with, and a mutual kind of reverence for one another's humanity, as twisted as it often is. That's what makes us beautiful. So, any questions or sharing or checking in from anybody? Hello? It's a little bit naughty. I stepped away and cooked some dinner while Ajahn Brahm was talking. And that's a good technique to keep with you, We get absolutist about, I'm going to sit and meditate and listen, but then when you can't be absolute about it, then you're not being open to experience that and to go through that together with the Dhamma, Let Ajahn Brahm be there with you when you're cooking or what have you, or going through suffering. I was telling someone, I was saying, look, if you're going to watch porn and masturbate, Ajahn Brahm might as well be there with you. I'm sure he won't mind. Oh, it's just going into the center of direct experiencing, Mr. Cat. And then there can be an element that stands out, like the element of pain, or could even be, I've heard, the element of bliss or the element of space. You're just going directly into what you're experiencing. And there's an inescapableness that's very important in it as well, right? This inability to escape that malaria, that pain. So the pain in that sense is a kind of blessing. That inability to escape being a monk in India at the Mahakumbhala festival. or that just willingness to sit there and face what's being experienced with kindfulness. And that hopelessness is very important, because that hopelessness says, I have no other choice, I have nowhere to go, I have nowhere to escape, I can only go in. So many teachers, Thich Nhat Hanh, I think, says, the only way out is in. And this is just an expression of that practice and, you know, freeing oneself from even malaria. Which is very reasonable. It's very reasonable. Just like the story of the hypnotist and the hot nail, you know, hypnotizing that guy successfully and then convincing him that that nail was super hot. And then as that nail touched the skin, there was actually a welt that formed because of that perception, how strong perceptions can be. So do you have the perception that you can heal and be free from your suffering and radically shift your perception of your self-identity, or are you not? You know, and so the meditation or the watching of the mind is so we can actually see how the mind is going about things. Then we can penetrate into it. Thank you very much, Miss M, for your generosity, for your donations, for your financial contributions to the cause. To the work. Good. Very good. Very good. Perfect, Alk. You're going in the right direction. I was in a group call today, and it's a Clear Mountain Monastery, Ajahn Nisabo and Ajahn Kovila, I think. And there was somebody who was in there right when I was joining the call, and they were saying something about how they were staying at a monastery or connected with an Ajahn or some way, and then somehow they found the Ajahn to be like massaging them or something, like this monk was massaging them in some way that made them feel very uncomfortable. And I thought, you know, along with all the, yeah, let's talk about that, and let's, you know, it was some guy, you know, some like 40-year-old guy or 35-year-old guy, you know, is there not a place to say, you know, what the fuck is your problem? You know, how the hell did you get yourself into that situation? You know, are you retarded? And maybe there's more subtle details in all of that, but in some way we have to, as much as we're willing to therapize and emphasize and endorse someone's situations that they, you know, their karma, that's their karma to experience that, we say, you know, are you fucking retarded? What are you talking about? Because if you don't say that, then you never address like the idiot in the room of how you get into a situation like that. Like with Chanath, you know, are you fucking retarded, jerking off and all that shit that you keep doing, etc. And of course, you know, who's the biggest retard in the room or in the world? You are, I am. So it's not an attack on that person, it's just saying, you know, what the hell's going on? You know, not, but what the fuck are you talking about? That sounds fucking crazy as shit. So, of course, I didn't unmute my mic and say that in the Zoom meeting, but, you know, I kind of felt that. Looks like the mosquitoes are around. All right, dear friends, dear Sangha, we're going to start wrapping up then. Thank you, everyone, for your presence and your practice and your willingness to be involved and be concerned with this community and these activities. And wish you well. And we're going to we're on the road. We're on the road to our next destination, actually going to be flying in the air. And, you know, we're going to keep showing up and keep giving and keep sharing. So I hope that it can bring benefit to you, and wish for your good health and that everything will be just fine. Doesn't mean that I want you to come and cuddle up in bed with me, but you know, I hope that you're safe and sound and good in your life, okay? And like Ajahn Brahm was saying about the twisted trees, our twistedness is what makes us beautiful. So go into that beautifying of the twistedness and stop trying to get rid of these experiences, these parts of yourself that are difficult, because it's this difficulty that actually brings richness and fullness into our lives. Okay? We give a water blessing before we go, eh? Give some forgiveness. Here, we'll even do a double entendre.
The stepping back doesn't grasp for itself, it gives up itself, it disregards itself. Step back from the stepping back and not stepping back. Use these recalls to remind yourself to help cleansing inside and outside. It's beyond the mind. It's something that is beyond the mind. And it will turn into cleansing through the extinction and emptiness without trace. If you stuck with looking, seeing, and knowing, it's a limitation. Limited with just perception. You just staying with just the connection. This is the process of karma. Karma to karma with all things. It is the process of samsara. It begins with knowing. It is the process of samsara. System of samsara. The stepping back gives up itself. It disregards itself. And go on beyond the beyond right away out. Beyond the beyond out right away. When practicing meditative power, special insights, it's just maintaining the mind. Mind maintaining the mind. This is worldly Dharma, not the essence of the enlightenment. The essence of the enlightenment is disregard, even the disregard. Give up, even the giving up. Step back, also step back from the stepping back itself. Nothing is left, even nothing left is not left. It will be beyond the body and the mind. Beyond inside, beyond outside. This is something that is blessing well for samsara without trace. Cleansing without trace. So filter well for the blessing. Do not pay attention to having clear with looking, seeing, and knowing, because you will not be able to bless. You have to go beyond being clear or not clear with seeing and knowing. Beyond knowing or not knowing, seeing or not seeing. That will be cleansing through the extinction without trace. If you just seeing clearly, knowing clearly, you are grasping the karmic difficulties of samsara. A little bit of sharing your blessing, you will be depleted already. Everyone doesn't cut the deluded knowing. Everyone doesn't cut the deluded knowing. Everyone has to be enlightened to know how to bless. For example, Luang Po sitting amidst thousands of people. Luang Po doesn't use the knowing to check anyone. Luang Po doesn't use the knowing to grab, bypassing beyond seeing or knowing clearly, cleansing to the extinction and emptiness right away. Otherwise, you're gonna take on the karmic difficulties. It's not the blessing. Beware of the knowing. Don't be obsessed with just being clear or not clear through knowing and seeing.
Trump was going to be an Iceman now. He came close to death.
All right. Forgive and be forgiven. See you all on the other side.